I don't know, I'll just... You know, there are just like days where like... There's just like too much thoughts in your head. And then I started looking at some music gears. And I couldn't stop. Oh, guys, one moment. I'm getting a call from my dog. One sec. Did you behave? Did you all behave? Can you eat again? Nope. Still on my liquid diet. Oh, maybe that's why I can't sleep. I usually can't sleep when I'm hungry. I was very hungry. Did Doc tell you to sleep more? She doesn't know that I didn't sleep. For some reason, well, maybe not for some reason, but maybe because I didn't get sleep, but it feels slightly worse than I did yesterday. I actually debated whether to stream or not, but here I am. I want to see this video. What is this one?
I was a ghost, I was alone. 두어진 밤 속에 given the throne, I didn't
I think this is a lower key.
to believe I was the queen that I meant to be.
Live two lives, try to play both sides, but I couldn't find my own place.
Kind of problem child, 'cause I got too wild, but now that's how I'm getting paid. 끝없이 on stage, I'm done hiding, now I'm shining like I'm born to be. We dreaming how we came so far, now I believe we're going up, 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 it's how we're moving. You know together we're glowing, gonna be golden. Oh, up, up, up with our voices. Your money can't just go on then, gonna be golden. Oh, I'm done hiding, now I'm shining like I'm born to be. Oh, our time, no fears, no lies, that's who we're born to be.
Damn. That is a hard song to nail live. Yump. I was actually messing with some remix version of it yesterday. You wanna hear it? It's not good because it's super raw, not mixed or anything like that.
Oh, I'm done hiding.
Wait, no, not that. It's not that. Meow. It's very scuff. That's all I'm gonna. That's all I'm gonna play. And then I went into this rabbit hole of researching all the music stuff. Polite! Arr!
Who knew viruses were this talented?
Thank you! Who knew pirates were this polite? Thank you. Thanks for tier 3. Clap. But yeah. And then I made some spontaneous purchases. But I'm excited. And like
Stanley began screaming.
Please, someone wake me up. My name is Stanley.
That's not really good, by the way. I'm mad we don't get to hear more. A little more. Anyways, so I was playing with that. tons of projects like that just sitting in my Pandora box. Which got me into like thinking like, man, I wish I can figure out ways to do like more live performances. I feel like that would be a good thing for me. Because otherwise I just start like overthinking and I get into that whole like idea of like the perfectionist. Like, no, it's not ready. No, it's not good enough. So then I just don't share them, you know? And then I just wait for things to be like complete. This wasn't meant to be shared or posted. I'll just really, it was just for like messing around and I don't know, having fun. But then I started looking into like all the live performance stuff. And I was like, oh, I really want to get a like a real synthesizer. And then vocal processor, and then then I need a MIDI controller. Oh, then I need pedals, and then I need this, and it's like all of a sudden, fuck, they're expensive as hell, and it's like. It's just also like a lot to set up, you know? What are you sniffing? Singing streams? It would be like singing streams, but more like live like music production. Like improvising, because then I can still record those and then work off of those, so actually like just kind of like fine tune them and post them, but I can still like do something fun on live. So that's kind of where my heads were at. And then before I knew it, it was like 7 a.m. I don't know why I couldn't fall asleep. You put the stickers on your laptop? Yay! Art's never finished, only abandoned. Well, you're going to come to Norway. I wish one day. So basically, have a whole pipeline through the several iPads. It's not impossible. I mean, a lot of these could be done via softwares. It's not so like all the stuff that that pipeline they built in iPads, they probably could do it in Ableton. But I think for me, like having like it would be beneficial to have like the hardware mixers and processors that I can actually like interact with. They basically do the same things, but there's just something different about being able to like manipulate them and like improvise them, especially for live setting, I think, using sequencer. Did I hear World Tour? One day. So we'll see. I got some stuff. But still doing some research. It didn't get bought yet. Yeah, I might end up, because I was like, oh, I'm gonna post one of them on Throne, or I guess like change what I posted on the DJ deck one to something else that I think would like actual synthesizer that I think would be more useful for me. But someone had already donated, which didn't let me make any changes to it. But hopefully, so I can keep it the way it is, but maybe, hopefully they're okay with me getting something else in the same, oh yeah, it was Scooch. What happens if I... Oh, I can change the title of it, so I might do that. But hopefully there is Scooch. Scooch, are you okay if I change the product? Would you be okay? And then it might change again because I'm still in like the research phase. But basically the goal is the same, which is to be able to do some live like music DJing / production. No, Smidge! Of course. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. He works for the company making... Oh, is that real? We can put a new product in there. Yeah, it looks like it lets me actually edit the... It doesn't let me edit the price, but it lets me edit the name of the product. So I might end up doing that. Because I don't know what would happen if I change stuff, or like if I'll look at it later. But if I worked at the company, I'd offer one free. Aww, so sweet. I heard you hit your hand pretty hard last stream. Sounded kind of serious. You okay? Yeah, no, it still hurts, but it's not like busted. It's still okay. Rage problem. No more rhythm games for you. Oh, but what if I wanted to play more? I threw on a new hand. I think there was some funny stuff in your throwing suggestions that I hadn't seen recently. Who's suggesting banana phone Bluetooth handset? When did I ever say I needed a banana phone handset? What is this whole thing about VTuber award thing? See, you know, I haven't been on Twitter for really a long time. And then because I couldn't fall asleep, I was like, I wonder what Twitter's up to. Immediate regret. I was like, oh, this is why I'm not on Twitter. There was like a whole like some kind of VTuber drama. Oh, okay. So, this streamer Burnt Peanut, I think, won the VTuber award for streaming awards, and then from there, I guess there was a lot of drama from it, but I don't know all the details of it. think Burnt Peanut won, and people don't think he's a real VTuber. It's funny because literally just like a few days before that, someone reached out to me asking about Burnt Peanut, and I was like, who is that? They're like, how do I do what Burnt Peanut does? And I didn't know who they were, and they're like, do you live under the rock? And I was like, yeah, I do. So then I had to look up like
below
and figure it out how he does his stuff. But I mean, I would say this is VTubing. I can see why it can be a little controversial. Oh, you guys, here. He says he's not a VTuber. He's a PTuber. So this guy is Burnt Peanut. I only looked into like technical aspects of how he does stuff because someone asked me about it, but I have no clue what kind of content he does.
Was us three, we take over the map and we get the goop. Oh me! No way! What an idiot! I can't believe that word. We made it to my boy! No! Tried! We goop, boys, we goop. That means you need to go up to the...
Yeah, I don't like that beard.
You came to the wrong...
But these are his real eyes and mouth. So he's a partial VTuber.
Let's all be adults. Come on, let's just look.
Let's all get in there. Let's all get in there.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel conflicted. I feel like I would generally consider them as, I think, VTuber. They're definitely a virtual tuber. And according to this person that told me I live under the rock, they are like the new hot upcoming like streamer. So I see why, you know, the Streamer Awards wanted to nominate him and give him something. Search Burnt Peanut eating Big Mac. Oh no.
Cook. Smashing a Big Mac with over 40K viewers. Just another day in the office, Mr. Nut. That's right. That's right. Another day, another dollar.
I think he's dead.
Oh my god. That was actually the closest I actually got to choking and dying in my entire life.
God.
Holy shit. Holy shit. Holy shit. I'm not even joking. I was actually about to get up and run over to the other room. I've never felt that sensation before. Holy shit.
It's pretty entertaining look. But yeah, they're using basically like this like 3D model, and they're actually using a camera filter like snap cam, which then allows you to like track your face with it, and then the filter captures your face and the mouth in it. So it's kind of like, you know, how you're making when you use those TikTok filters. It's like custom made basically with your own little like 3D model, and then like how you want it to look. and then like little other tricks on like how you can put different accessories and stuff. But I mean, I'll definitely put it in a VTuber category. But then I think apparently he said some hate stuff about VTubers.
Fan base being nothing but disgusting towards Iron Mouse after she defended you publicly.
Oh, no, good sir, no. You see that? That's a VTuber right there. Listen up, 40-year-old man in a 15-year-old anime 2D VTubing suit. Listen up. Listen real close. Listen real close.
I feel exposed.
It is not my community.
Let's be honest. Most VTubers.
But this feels out of context. Did he mean that? Like, what did he mean by that? Is this after he won? And then someone...
Fan base being nothing but disgusting towards Iron Mouse after she defended you
his fan
publicly.
base was being hateful towards Iron Mouth? And then he says...
No, good sir, no.
Someone asked how he felt about his fan base being toxic to Iron Mouse, and this was his response.
No. You see that? That's a VTuber right there. Listen up, 40-year-old man.
Why is this his response? I don't understand. The context doesn't match the question.
In a 15-year-old anime 2D VTubing suit. Listen up. Listen real close. Listen real close.
Like, someone asked him about the fandoms, and then he responded with sliding VTubers? I'm confused.
It is not my community.
It's not his community. Or is he saying people that are being toxic to Iron Mouth? Why am I saying Iron Mouth? Iron Mouse isn't from his community.
Let's be honest. Most VTubers.
Well, wait. Oh, I didn't even notice XQC over there. Hello.
VTubing as an excuse not show themselves because they are fucking disgusting. I'm not
What?
excuse not show themselves because they are fucking disgusting.
Who?
I'm not being weird. I'm not discriminating. The vast majority of VTubers would love to be on camera, but they're fucking disgusting, and that's okay. That's
What a
that's
wild
completely fine.
statement to make.
But it's come on, bro. You know what I mean?
Hey, anything
Vast
but Iron Mouse.
majority
Maybe.
of the VTubers. Dude.
Here, there, maybe some light comments.
How would he know? First of all, to say such comment in such confidence when literally the vast majority of VTubers, you probably haven't seen what they freaking look like.
But I've heard she's been getting death threats. I've heard people have
If
been saying
anything,
disgusting
literally
things.
all the VTubers I've seen in person or via photos, or they came out, everyone has been effing beautiful, just hiding from the world.
And let me tell you who that is. Let me tell you who that is. That's not the fun-loving bungulator sitting back on his couch watching the stream for a couple hours of work.
Also, who asked for his opinion anyways? But I don't understand the what do you call it? Like this stream of like the answers that's happening, because like the question was around like your community is being toxic towards this like VTuber community, and then why is his response like, oh, the VTubers are like 40-year-old men hiding in like 16-year-old anime suits? I don't see the correlation. Am I lost here? Am I missing something, or What? Like, it's total, like, it's, he can have an opinion about, you know, certain VTuber communities and, like, say whatever, like, he's entitled to his opinions. But it's still, it just wasn't related topic. It's just what confused me. Oh, okay. So he was just being, I guess, toxic. Are you a 40-year-old man? Huh? No, I'm 400-year-old man. I've been telling you guys this very consistently, and you always seem to miss.
You know who that is?
Yo,
Take a
yo,
quick guess.
yo, the bungulators going to the lobbies. Still
But it's also like, in Korea we have a saying, which is like, when someone does something like this, we say the quote, spitting on your own face, like looking up. Basic, like you literally won the VTuber awards. You are a part of the VTuber community. Why would you shit on it? Like and then XQC responding to saying the vast majority of VTubers are like disgusting, and it's because they don't want to be on camera. Is he talking about Peanut? This guy's not on camera. No, it's like different creative expression, and it's entertaining, and like there's so many other reasons why someone would choose to be a VTuber. Or maybe XQC, you don't have the technical smartiness or a passion to work on something artsy and creative like this. Everyone's different, but someone had to nominate them in that category, probably their community. So is he denying that he's not a VTuber? Or is he saying that, oh, like, majority of the VTubers are like these people that I don't vibe with, but I'm different, but I am a VTuber? Like, what's his stance? There's a clip of him and Shroud saying that he wanted to win just to piss off VTubers, but I've been told it's out of context as well, but I don't know anymore. I mean, to give him a benefit of doubt, it was probably... I would like to believe that maybe he was fine with the VTuber community until he won this award, and probably there were people being toxic towards him, like, he's not a real VTuber, and then that probably pissed him off, and then, like, live stream, if you're not careful and you're like bottling things up, or you got emotional about something, he just started like saying some toxic stuff because he felt like he was getting attacked. But I just felt like his response was directed at the wrong people and the community. Like, why is he attacking the VTubers, not the fandom, like the toxic fandom that's being hateful towards him? And like, those people exist anywhere. Like, there will always be people like that, whether it's a VTuber community, a streamer community. Like, even if he won like streamer awards, like, I'm sure there would have been like people that are like, oh, this other person should have won. He's not a real streamer in this category. I'm sure like those people always be there. I feel like smarter thing for him would have been to be the ally and be a good. It would have been a good example of like the variety representations of the VTubers, and but of course, this guy had to be like, I'm way cooler than the most of the other VTubers because I'm a peanut and not an anime character, although I'm doing pretty much exactly the same freaking thing. I am a peanut. Or maybe they're just doing this to Cloud and clearly this was like the first thing that was like popping up on my Twitter when I went onto it, and I was like, oh gosh, what happened? vtuber. I saw him. I recommended it yesterday and had like 30,000 viewers, so he is doing well. Yeah, no, I'm sure. These type of, I mean, he won the award, and I heard about him, from like other people asking me about like how he does his tech. So definitely like an up and coming streamer. I think it was just like controversial to. I don't know why it would be controversial. If he's not a VTuber, what is he? What is he? A peanut? He was nominated with 30-40K consistent community. He's up at 40 to 50K now. Wow. A PNG too. He's not PNG. That is a 3D model. That's a solid 3D peanut model, and it at least has minimum 2 bones for him to be able to rotate his heads like that. And then all those like little accessories and items he put on, they're all 3D. These are not PNG. That is not an AI filter. That's, well, yes and no. It is using basically like camera filter tech, which can technically be called AI, but in kind of like what people accept as what AIs do today, if you call it that's an AI filter, they're gonna think it's like AI generating these like peanut images and like removing them, but it's not. It's a camera filter made using 3D model and then like placing like where you want your eyes and mouth to be showing up, and like all of that is using like an algorithm, aka AI, and then he's kind of like what I'm doing. Like it's following his head movements, and like that's what's rotating and like controlling the peanut body. But it's not like in a more like a modern sense of like, oh, that's an AI filter. I feel like people misinterpret that as, oh, it's like AI generating all of this, and then he's somehow like inserting his face into it. Like those are different. People have been using these filters on Twitch for years. Yeah, I mean, also like annoying orange, like the OG of this. You guys all know. It's like it's very similar stuff, and then you can do little additional stuff so that he can like do these interactivity stuff to like change accessories or like put on like hats and stuff like that. But it's still all 3D using camera filter. It's just a custom camera filter using 3D assets. He has to have rigging and stuff. I thought that's why maybe he doesn't consider himself a VTuber, because he's not using traditional rigging and stuff. Not it. The character has to be rigged. Minimum 2 bones for what he does. For the head, like the upper head, Like if you see him,
Steal my gear and
okay, XQC, we don't.
Welcome to the stage, CuteBot.
Vtuber.
Calio. Bert Peanut.
I can't. Oh, these are the nominees. Chibi, Kinji, oh, Calliope. Okay.
The Streamer Award.
I can kind of see why people were upset. Some people are upset. Like these. Another thing is like VTuber fandoms are, I feel like very, very loyal.
Goes to...
Just
The Peanut.
wait, but it doesn't show him move. Oh, here.
Honored, it is a great
Okay, so here, tech-wise,
honored, it is a
this peanut. There's a peanut. And it's gotta have at least one bone for the head and then another for his body. They might have more, but I saw that like the snap cam filter like has an effect that allows you like normally you need to have more to kind of like make this like smooth body movement that he has, but about like they probably have about 2 bones minimum. That way he can rotate and move this part of the body. He can like roll pitch, and then while this part of the body kind of like stays and like does its own thing, and like being able to kind of like follow the body movement but still staying like independent. So it's a 3D model.
great honor.
But I also when I was looking it up, I saw a post that he has someone who like helps him with the tech side of the things, but I don't know. I don't really know anything about this guy and his content. I just had to look up look at what it was so that I could help somebody on like how to set something like this up. Maybe he's a real peanut. Now I want peanuts.
Award ceremony. As well as the
What did he say as a, let's see.
Hello everyone. I am honored to accept this Best VTuber of the Year award. Even though I'm a VTuber, that's okay. Little miscommunication there, peanut tuber. But I am still very honored. It is a great honor to...
Why does he sound like Trump to me? I've never heard him speak before. Is it just me or is it kind of sounding like Trump? Does he always sound like this? Do you guys see what I mean?
Of the Year award. Even though I'm a VTuber, that's okay. Little miscommunication there, peanut tuber. But I am still very honored. It is a great honor to accept this Best VTuber of the Year award. Big shout out to Cutie Cinderella again for putting on this immaculate award ceremony, as well as a shout out to the Peanut team, making sure the stream's always the best they can be. And obviously the largest shout out to the Bungulators. You guys are the best. Thank you for all the support, gentlemen. Good night and Godspeed.
I mean, he's not there in person, he's there virtually. So I think he's a VTuber. It's just a shame that, you know, he is hostile towards other VTubers when it's really not the VTubers, but the just the toxic community that exists in any type of genres or whatever you call it, that was probably being kind of like toxic and ignorant towards him. But it seems like, according to you guys, he just generally more like toxic vibe. Is he just annoys you fake as fuck? You're not a fan of him? I see. Imagine if he was really Trump. Hey, then XQC was right. Well, actually, Trump is not like 40-year-old. Has he ever shown his like full face or body? Was he projecting about 40-year-old men being in an anime suit, except he's in a peanut suit? You had to block so many people so it disappeared from my Twitter. Dude, was it successful? Because I literally have like over 500 blocked terms on Twitter, but so now I just get passive-aggressive hate posts, which I don't know if it's better or worse. I was like, I just want to be able to see like art posts, and somehow they still creep like their way into my feed, so I just stopped looking at it entirely. You've never shown your full face, are you, Trump? This is... I can't even... I can't... I wish I could do Trump impersonation. The Great Wall. I can't. Too Korean for this. Oh god, it all makes sense. What makes sense? Everyone must pay. If they want to sell America, they must pay the tariffs. But it's not those countries that are gonna pay the tariffs, it's us! I don't understand. I don't understand this world. Guys, am I dumb? Like, I don't get it. Everywhere I look, it's just the things that doesn't make any sense to me anymore. And I'm just like, what is wrong with me? What is happening? I'm gonna make Korea great again. No, it's like in the best shape it can be right now. Korea's thriving. Just like 100 years ago, we were at war. No, thank you. We don't want that. EU is doing the same crap to China, so it's no different there. Yeah, I mean, like Trump saying like we gotta like increase the tariff, and like him trying to use it as like negotiation tactic. I was like, okay, sure. But then like his supporters from like specific communities that are like, yeah, China must pay. I'm like, you do realize that you are the one that's gonna end up paying for this, right? Like. Like you can agree or disagree with the politics and like their strategy, like and whatnot, but like at least like, do you understand what you're supporting and agreeing to, and like how it's gonna butterfly down to you? Like it's gonna hurt. Like it was just funny to me that the people that's gonna get hurt the most from all of these changes are the ones that are more like the most vocally supporting. Like, yeah. The other countries must pay. Anyways. bring back to the U.S. But then also, I mean, I can't go on about this. I don't want to get into like the whole politics of it. But like it was like there was a little like happening, well, not little, big happening, where these so basically like the goal of this, or at least like what Trump's government says that their intentions are with all of these like tariffs and stuff is like, one, like the negotiating power, but also two, like bring the jobs back in America, right? So they want like all the outsourcing that these companies have been doing from other countries, like they want to bring those jobs back to the US. But like I forget which I forget which company it was, but basically they hired a bunch of like Korean engineers to help them learn like the tech and the manufacturing process. But then, oh, was it Hyundai? Yeah. So that they can open those jobs in America and like have them be operating inside of the US. Good thought. But because of a lot of the Trump policy that like they were these Korean employees, or I guess engineers and scientists who were supposed to train the employees in the US weren't being given the proper visa to come over and like train them in time. So I think they ended up using different type of working visa to come over so that they can kind of like get it done in time that they were being pressured to get it done. And then they got the ICE raid, and they put all those engineers in fucking prison. And because they didn't they weren't all like really fluent in English, like, and they even had like pregnant women, and they put all these people like in like one cell without like proper toilet, water, like food, and like they were stuck there for like over a week, I think. And these aren't like people who are like trying to illegally stay in America for like, they don't want to be here. They're literally here for the job to like train American employees so that they can open these jobs. But then because the visa wasn't given in time, they're like, well, but then like they're telling us we have to do this by this year so that they can open these factories. So like they were, I think, kind of using the loophole of like the visa system, and they use like different type of working visa, but then like they got raided, and then they were put in prison, and it was like really traumatic, and they're treated really, really, really poorly. Like they had like they're all like literally like chained and like starved, not even given like proper water, and they're like, we're never coming back to America. It wasn't that we wanted to like stay here in the first place. We were literally here for work, the job that they asked for, and then we were, you know, we were put in like this really traumatic situation where we were getting like no support from the Trump government. So they were like, we're never coming back. We don't care like how much they pay us. Like we're not coming back here to like train anyone or like teach anybody. Like, and I think they're trying to like sue them. I don't know how. I didn't follow up, but it's like stuff like that. I'm just like, good intentions, very, very poor execution. Like what are you guys doing? What are they doing? Someone went back to Korea to beg them to come back. They didn't do it legally by the rule. Yeah, they didn't. Well, there were people that actually had proper visa, but still they were put into prison because like they were like refusing to hear them, like listen to them. And then there were people that were using like I don't know, but different type of visa that wasn't like a official proper working visa. But like I said, it was because like it wasn't to illegally like smuggle things or like to get into the US and like stay here forever. It was because like there was this pressure to open this factory by like end of the year or something like that. I don't know the exact timeline, but then the visa process was being taken like forever. And I think the pressure to open that factory was also like had political reasons. Like it was related to like Trump's or the government pushing certain new things, and then because they were trying to hit that deadline, but then the visa wasn't being given, they were like, oh, let's just like use this loophole, and then they got raided. So it wasn't. Yes, they were kind of like going around things a bit, and you know. But I think what I'm trying to point out here is like if you're trying to enforce something, like it requires like pretty thorough, I think, check and like setting up policies in a holistic way to make it work. You can't just say like make the companies open new jobs by this date and then not show any support of other parts that would help these companies to do those things, right? So I was really more calling out the kind of the irony of how they're trying to do this, but then it's having like the opposite effect because they're not really studying like how these things really work and what kind of support that people need in order to make these things happen. But yeah. And then to like put these people just like straight up into like prison, like these engineers, and like from Korea's perspective, we were like, these are like our precious like talents and resource of like engineers and like scientists like that went there to like literally train them for their favor. And then like it just could have been handled in a much better way. And even with people with the right visa were still put into prison because they were like not talking or like listening to any of them, and they put and it was also a lot of people that they just like lined up, handcuffed them, like put it into prison before even like properly checking anything. And I think people were scared, so they just kind of like followed, even though some people had the right visa. They just like didn't try to fight the ICE because they were like, holy shit, like they came up like fully armed and like they're yelling at these people, putting handcuffs and like putting people in these like scary vans and like trucks, and they're like, okay, let's not try to fight them or argue with them. Like I'll just follow the process and like try to clear this once I can. But then yeah. I'm however all for detaining illegals. The thing is, they weren't in America illegally. They had visa to come to America. They were working illegally. They weren't. I think they were here using like a visitor visa or something, but they weren't given the working visa to be training these people in time because it wasn't being approved and it was just taking forever. If you go through the visa process, you'll know like it's not a slow process. Like everything is super manual, super bureaucratic, and And every situation is different. They detained that 15-year-old autistic person for not for like a week, and the mother didn't know where he was. Oh no. Oh no. A Norwegian girl in US was taken by the ICE because of her visa. Although it got sorted out, she had to spend a week in prison. She says she'll leave as soon as possible, never coming back to the US. Oh boy. Oh boy. Yeah, and like, did they not like study their case before rating these companies? Like, they're literally rating Hyundai. Like, it's not some like little sketch shop somewhere, you know, like, so. And if they were told like some kind of info, like they must have known, like, I don't know. I think that was a lot, like, that's where a lot of the questions were around. ICE arrests first and maybe they'll sort it out later. Yeah, that's crazy. Then what's the point of having them? But yeah, I mean, I guess everything needs a balance. There's no easy answers, like, which is why I think, you know, any sort of, just like, think about how difficult it is to like manage a small community like this, like how much work is involved, and then now like scale that to like a team, a company, and then a little city, and then a state, and then a country, right? So I know it's not an easy thing to do. It just requires a lot of like really strategic thinking and like planning to enforce a lot of these laws and like new rules and policies. And like Trump's way is kind of like brute forcing everything, like do this and then we'll figure out afterwards. Which kind of like, I think ultimately ends up hurting a lot of people that those rules and policies were being made for, whether it was intentional or unintentional. So that's all I was trying to point out. I can't say if all the policies are right or wrong. There are people with smarter brains that are handling those things. I'm not informed enough to even like form a good opinion about it. And everyone is, you know, entitled to have their own opinions. But I understand like some of the impacts that these things are having, and I'm like, I thought the purpose of this policy was to help these people, but it doesn't seem to be doing that right now. Or like, are there things being put in place to like protect these people from the harm it's creating? So I don't know. He bankrupted casinos. It might not be very clever. Hey, some say failure could be part of an learning and growing experience. So it could all be argued a different way. But hopefully, let's all hope and pray that he knows what he's doing and that things will eventually work out. Eat your face a lot. Only if they learn. He's not capable of that. But yeah. Why do we even start talking about him? Oh, it's because Peanut talks like him. Yo dog, what's up, Limwick? Everything I heard about the US, I don't see why anyone would want to move to the US. Hey now. It's not that bad. It's not that bad. There's still nice things about America, okay? Just let us cope. Your avatar is thank you. It's really bad now. Let me cope Literally the last country I'd ever want to move. Stop! I'm already so sad about everything that I have to tell myself, I have to gaslight myself. There are still great things about America. Things are fine here. It's just like, it's just the thing is, people give a lot of shit to America, but honestly, the role that America has played in bringing like I must stop myself here. I must stop myself here. But like for what's the word for Pekwan? I feel like that's not the right word. Hegemony? Well, that's what translates to, my Korean word translates to. Basically, like the leader country. I know people give a lot of shit. It's easy to give them a lot of shit, but I think there are a lot of things that America has done so far, actually, like that people don't know, that they don't give credit to keep things in balance and peace. Like for a country in such power and like they are, like there could be a lot worse. There could be a lot worse countries. Hegemony. Hegemony is an accurate term? Oh, okay. Haagen-Dazs. Yum, yum. What balance, what peace. Dude, imagine like Russia had the power that America had. Do you think the world will look like what it looked like today? Also, I gotta go beep up. Be right back.
Beep boop.
I'm back. Pee your problems away. Pee your problems away.
You're breathtaking.
America isn't very good at reflecting their past and acknowledging the bad things they did. Oh, I think there are a lot worse countries. So it's easy to like shit on America just because it's like America, oh. But like I think America did foster a lot of like pretty like balanced and like fair like world economy and like trading, and like now they're just kind of like being like, we're too nice, we've been too nice to everybody. They opened up a lot of like new trade paths and like roads in the sea as well, that actually helped a lot of countries to like be able to grow. Like there are a lot of things that people don't really normally think about because things that work people don't think about, right? And then also like, you know, like kind of like supporting and helping other countries when like they didn't really have to. Like there are a lot of, like if you imagine like other countries that were in like such power in the past, like they didn't really operate the way they did. But now America's like, we're gonna be selfish now and we're gonna do all of these things to save our own ass and to take care of our own people only. But like they're doing it in a very aggressive and toxic tone. But maybe they think that's what's needed to kind of like make America great again. I don't know what they're thinking. I know, maybe they're like, being nice doesn't work anymore. We just gotta have this like crazy radical guy so that when we do some stuff right, we will be praised. I don't know. It's unfortunate being how much influence America has with a person such as Trump became its president. You mean in the world? The thing is, I don't know. Like, I don't know how much of a big difference Trump really like the. In the long run, is it really the president? It's not one. It can't be a one person making all these changes. Like, sure, like I think in terms of like press and like the overall, like there are definitely like what's the right word? He probably did decades of damage. Like, true. Like I think there are certain things that will be like affected hugely, and then there are certain things that I don't think. At the end of the day, it's more about the overall government and the people that really makes like the kind of like ever-growing difference and like progression of a country. Someone could really fuck a country up though. Yeah, it's possible. But I don't think it's a one person thing. At the end of the day, who voted for him? Right? Who? And like, president doesn't have all the powers to like pass everything, right? Like there are parties and there are politicians and there's like a whole system. So yeah, but definitely, but they are the face of the country and like they are representing, or they're supposed to represent. So there are definitely like a trickling effect, and also like kind of like how the country is being shown in media and like how that causes people to like view things and like treat things differently, like all of that stuff for sure. But I think like in terms of like a country changing or like growing and like evolving, progressing or digressing, like all of those things kind of ends up being left up to the individual, like every single one of us. I can't wait for 2026. Same. Like starting from like parents teaching kids, and then the school systems, and then the work systems, and then the communities, like all, and then the people who govern those cities, and then the states, and then like, you know, it all like they all, it's a whole ecosystem. Unless you're like that Korean president who's just like, I'm gonna declare martial law starting now. Then we're fucked.
It takes a village.
People vote for those in the government. The elected official aren't the cause; they are the result of the people. Yeah, and also like as much as like people can like decide to like support a candidate, but if someone does end up winning, I think it is worth like thinking about, especially people who are on the opposing side, to really think about like, what does this tell us? Like, especially when someone who is as like crazy and like toxic as Trump becomes he ends up being chosen by the people. Like, what does that tell us? And like, is it just that like literally like more than half of America is dumb? Or I mean, that could be true, but or like, is there something else that's going on that's making these people like, despite his craziness, they are choosing this person because there's some kind of need, or something that's just not being represented correctly and like, or being fixed correctly within our system and the country, that like they end up supporting someone like this. You know what I mean? So there's a lot to be thought about, but then it gives you a headache. So why think when you cannot think? The last time, so it doesn't matter what party. You want change? Yeah, people are looking for change, I guess, and there is something. I think it's just unfortunate that a lot of the like things like tariffs, like these like low to like middle class people, supporting him, supporting things like tariffs, not fully fully understanding that that's gonna actually end up trickling down to like their daily lives and cost of living. It's like stuff like that I just find unfortunate, because I'm like, do you know what you're supporting? And like, because the Trump would be listening like to feedbacks of his supporters, if anything, right? Like if he's listening to anybody, like at least they would be the people that should be telling him, oh, like you shouldn't do these things this way, or like voice it. But then they're like, yeah, they just hear like one thing and they're like, yeah, but they probably do it knowingly, right? Like they know. I mean the government, like they probably know that if we say these things, people are gonna believe, yeah, we're gonna make China pay, so let's like bring the tariff up. Like it has to be intentional, right? Like they have tons of people that writes for the president, and helping with the speech, so they're probably like intentionally, if we say this, people are gonna believe that, people are gonna focus on us making China pay, but, not really make them think about the fact that it's actually gonna affect their cost of living and like everyday product pricing and all of that stuff. But like last election, the right party got the most votes, but because the collective parties in the left had more votes in total, they are the one in charge. In Sweden, I see. I'll vote for someone who... I just feel like there's so many systems that's placed in our world, they don't make sense. They're too outdated. It really doesn't make sense with all the advancement of like the diversity and like technology and like the overall progressiveness that people have had. But like, just to have this like these two parties that are like, we support this, and this party that means you don't support that. Like none of this makes sense. But I guess some systems better than not having any. But how do you change that? Like at least before, like that people started revolutions. People are like, kill the king. They suck. They don't know what they're doing. And then you get to rebuild things. You can't really do that anymore. Not that I'm encouraging. But like in the modern world, like how do you make such revolutions to happen with that while, you know, being able to keep the security and the safety that people have today? Or is that even possible? I don't know. Genuine people need to run for the office. That's a whole another topic. I can go into the rabbit hole of like define genuine people. I think not only genuine, but like really smart, talented people need to run for the office. But in order to do that, the government jobs will have to be like very competitive in terms of like pay and benefit, like appealing enough that these really smart people will choose to work for the government over like working for business, like companies or, you know, corporates or like their own startups. But then also you wouldn't want that either, would you? Like in I guess from like country like America's perspective, like a capitalism country, you want the smart people to be running the businesses so that and building products so that the country gets strong in terms of economy. And I think there are a lot of like really smart and genuine people that probably start off with like really the right intentions and passion to work for the government or their city or, you know, their community. But then these are like fucking hard jobs. I think these like once you're dealing with like communities and like managing people, these are like very emotionally like there's a lot of emotional toll, and like when you're doing things right, there isn't a lot of praise, but if you fuck up something, there's gonna be a lot of hate and like it's a tough job. Like being a leader in like leading people in community in anything, like it's a tough job, and when you're not being like fulfilled, either whether that's from like money wise or you know, just not getting like credit from your community that you're seeking for, like whatever your motivation was to like join these type of roles in the community, then eventually you're gonna be tempted whether either to like quit your job and like, you know, like why am I wasting my time like spending all my like heart and effort trying to like build this thing and like help these people only to get, you know, like blames for like everything that goes wrong. So then like either they quit and like leave, or they get corrupt. They're like, power is the answer. I must get strong so I can have the influence to to build the world I want to build. But that process is pretty rough, and you're gonna start compromising who you are in the process. And it's really easy to lose yourself into the corruption, right? And then there's like people who are just gonna be like, all right, I give up and I'm content, and I'm happy to be paid, and I'm happy to have this job and not have like I'm not gonna stress about it. So then like those are probably the majority that ends up kind of like being because they're like, all right, I tried and I can't be the mercenary, but I still kind of like what I do. I don't mind it. So they stay, and then people who are like extremely unhappy, they end up just like leaving. So none of these are easy problems. Like, how do you attract really good talent and people with like really genuine hearts? I feel like these jobs are like leadership jobs are harder for people who are kind and genuine. Which is why you probably see a lot of these like sociopathic or seemingly like sociopathic people in like a lot of the leadership positions. Because it's if you're not thinking too much about certain aspects of people, like it's a lot easier to do. You're just like, oh, I'm just gonna be like looking at things in like a very specific way on how I interpret the world, and like I'm just gonna enforce that, and I don't care, you know, what the cost is in the process of that. Like those people end up also being like fairly alright leader, but also like they probably stress a little less than like people who like started off being a leader because they care so much about their people, and then like they're put on like really difficult positions where, oh my god, like people are actually freaking horrible, and or people are pretty dumb and like dumber than I thought they were, and like now I have to figure out like how to solve all these problems, and they are complaining all the time, and like I really care about this people, but you know, this like enforcing this rule will help the majority, but it will really hurt like this small percentage of people that I really, really care about, and like they're gonna stress and they're gonna end up getting sick and then they're gonna die. So none of these are easy. But I'm happy to be living in the world of today. Honestly, as much as people like complain, like thank God I wasn't born like 100, even just like, well, I am 400 years old, but like my life 100 years ago, the freaking would have been freaking terrible. Or even just like 50 years ago? No. No, thank you. At least we have cat videos. I'm happy to have known the world of yesterday as well. Like known as in like living it or learning it. But like I'm pretty happy with the time that I live in and the people that I get to meet, and yeah, there are a lot of pretty freaking horrible things happening, and it's sad and depressing sometimes, but in a real grand scheme of things of human history or the history of Earth and space, pretty fucking good time to be alive, y'all. So I hope you'll, after all those depressing talk about politics and whatever drama from the Streamer Awards, I hope I can give you a little reminder that, hey, it's not that bad if you really think about it. It's not that bad. I don't have to worry about being eaten by tigers. Or people in crazy white cult suit coming to my house to burn me and my family. I don't have to worry about some like people from other countries coming to kidnap and rape me. Like or I don't have to worry about dying cold, living in a cave. Like, I can have some chicken nuggets in my refrigerator. I have roof over my head, and I can support my little. I can live with this little doggo, and hang out with my echoes online. Using this amazing technology, these people from all over the world, pretty fucking nuts.
I guess that's nice.
Could be a lot worse. Could be a lot worse. if anything, I feel like we don't have big enough problems that people are more depressed probably. No, me with the 5. We have too much time with ourselves. We don't know what to fucking do. So we think and worry, and then we look at these social media and get depressed. If we had to worry about finding a place to sleep tomorrow because we're gonna freeze to death, don't have time to be depressed. Speaking of depressed, have you guys seen the Animal Farm trailer? Animal Farm? Wait, but that sounds like a happy thing. Why are you bringing up for the topic of depression? Oh, it's an animation? It's the farthest from the happy thing? Wait, should I watch this or no? This is gonna make us sad. Bauer! Thanks for the tier 3! Thank you for being here for all of us, Hana. You make all our days so wonderful. Ah, I'm glad to hear that. I would hope so.
39 months. Happy to be still here, HanaX happy.
Happy. And I feel like that means a lot. And you guys tell me this all the time, which I really appreciate. But it's like seeing these type of drama, right? Ends up like, I feel like, represent the streaming community sometimes, which I had a lot of hard time in the beginning because I wasn't really, I'm still not really familiar with streaming community, to be honest. But like outside of like what I do, but you know, like it made me like think like, is that what it takes to be like the big streamer? Because like all the big people that you see all the time, like, well, not, I wouldn't say all, but like a lot of people, like it's, and the way they go viral, it's very toxic, and it's a lot of like, there's a lot of drama, there's a lot of like toxic culture, and it looked really unhealthy to me. And I know sometimes like a lot of people do it on purpose, you know, like to farm the cloud or drama farm, right? Or, you know, any publicity is good publicity. And I was like, is that what I do? Like, and like, is that what I do to like my community? I had because that's all I was like seeing, which is another reason why I had to like stop doing Twitter, because I was like, God, like I hope like this is not the kind of the community or like the vibe that I represent to my community, and like I hope that I can be like, and I'm not like I'm not a hero, just a girl who wants to sing a song, but like I hope that, and like, you know, like at least I can like help people be like slightly in a better mood, like just make them like chuckle or like a smile a little, like that's more than enough for me. But like at least but even like really tiny things, but at least like something a little like positive, you know, for you guys and for other people, because otherwise like what's the point of doing this? Like for the sake of what? For money? Like I could make money different ways. In fact, I make far less money. Ah!
Cheer 301 good vibes.
Good vibes. Thanks for that good vibe. But then over time I was like, there are a lot of like really positive, you know, communities and like streamers and like really good vibes, people That, and like you guys like constantly telling me, and at this point like I've been gaslit that okay they do like hanging out with me, and it is like it's a little like positive thing of their day, but it took me a lot of convincing. Nah. Nah. But it's also like I do wonder, and maybe it's just me, like, but yeah, I guess like the noisy, loud ones that likes to drama farm are usually gonna be the one that are always gonna be like popping up on your feed, right? So I just have to like recognize that it's big but also small portion of the community, and people who like
Hana,
that
keeping the vibes
kind of
good in
stuff
her
will be
community.
drawn to that. Hana keeping the vibes
Some
good.
random chatter reminds everyone that some people have difficulty with the alphabet.
It's not healthy to care about too many things. Right. So I was just like, well, like I'll just worry about my community and my egos and making sure that they're good and happy, and that, you know, I keep my good intentions, and we just fuck around and have fun. But also like not responsible for your your mood and whatever you have or you're going through. I'm just here to be me and to have fun, and if you vibe with it, cool. Not here to, you know, be anything or be anybody. Bossa! With a tier 3!
Yeah, I have a really great time each stream. HanaX, love Hannah and Echoes Pog, only 30 to go to Nice High.
Ow. Ow. Wait, what do you mean only 30 to go? You're gonna be here for only 30 more? Oh, I get it now. 39 months. So you're looking forward to the 69 month. I see. See? That's how simple you guys are. And then I overthink about all of these topics that we talked about, and I'm like, am I doing right? What am I doing? Am I doing the right stuff? And then chat is just like, oh, 30 more months to go to 69. So I was like, okay, stop overthinking. Just do your thing and see where things go. I was like, why are they subscribing to me? Why are they showing me all these support? Cause if I give one more sub, it's gonna be 69 subs. Yep. Okay. Cool. You're pure souls. Yeah. You can call it that. Can we reach it? What is wrong with 69? We care about what really matters. I don't even care about the stream. I only sub for the rainbow banana badge. I'm gonna take it away. It's easier to be happy over the little things. Yeah. Well, you mean the 69 months? Gasp. Yeah, like the 69 cells on the lab. Oh, right. I still can't really drink the 5-hour energy. Just FYI. But I did not forget. I did not forget. Bum, 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 bum. There's part of me that I'm like, I wish I was better at drama farming. And like, I was, maybe if I was like 300 years younger, I would have been a lot careless, perhaps. And then, I would have been, I think I would have been maybe like more quote unquote successful in terms of numbers as a content creator. Or not content creator, maybe like streamer. But drama farming gets to people who love drama. You don't want them. Maybe I wouldn't have cared if I was 300 years younger. And then my ancestor blood would have been like, go to the forest and cleanse your mind. Leave the earth. Become a monk. I'ma go live that off-grid life. And then the other ancestors be like, be a king. Ruthless king. Kill everyone that comes in your way. Help! Turn off these voices in my head. Appear, stir up as much trouble as possible, and disappear into the mountains. Not a bad plan, to be honest. Maybe that's how I will disappear. Which ancestor was dead? I had some pretty he's literally called Kilbangwon because he killed, I think, the most people as a king. But in a smart way.
Somebody better be dying.
I'm dying.
I am dying. I told you guys a story. But I think just like, it's just fascinating to me that like, wait, where is it? There it is. There are good reasons, or no, he had good reasons. He had very good reasons. But basically, like, I think, so like my dad's side, although the furthest we could track, I could track back, he was the youngest son of Shilla Kingdom. And the last, they're the last royal family of Shilla Kingdom. And Shilla got overthrown by Korea, which is the name the Korea comes from, Korea. So they had power for a while. And this prince could not become the king because the country got overthrown. And he fought hard to tell the king, hey, we shouldn't just give up our country like this or kingdom like this and hand it over to Korea people. But the king, the wise king, was like, we're gonna lose anyways, and there's no need to sacrifice all these people to like go into the war when we know that Korea is really the ones in power right now, right? So he just kind of like hands off the country over to people of Korea so that there's no big war to get people killed, basically. So then this prince gets sad, and they're like, oh no, we gave up on our people and our country. He goes into the mountain. Who's my ancestor? He goes into the mountain and becomes a monk. He basically just like leaves politics, and he's like, I'm just gonna study Buddhism and philosophy and what life is all about, blah blah blah. So he lives there, and then but he still has babies, so his children continues, but that's TBD. And then my mom's descendant, the furthest I can track back, are actually the people who takes country back, well, not back, but basically overthrow Korea people. The first king of Joseon. Joseon? Is this how it's spelled? So in a way, my mom's family took the country that were stolen from my dad's family, I guess, which I find is so funny. And then the Joseon's first, he makes a country or kingdom Joseon. He's King Lee. And because when you're starting a new kingdom, you gotta be ruthless. And there's like a whole drama to this one. But this guy was basically like, he was working with his dad together. So technically his dad was the first king, Lee Seong-ge, and then Lee Bang-won. And then he had kids. And Lee Bang-won, when he became king, he was like ruthless. He killed anyone that came in his way to question the right to his throne or his son's throne. Right to his son's throne. And because it was like a new country that he built by like taking it over from the previous, royal family, that he wanted to make sure like no one could question their rights to the throne and also their power and authority, which is why he was like ruthless. Like anyone that could have like become like the next heir or like have like some kind of motivation or reason for people to gather up together to, start a coup, he killed them all, like entire family line. He did, including like his sons, his in-laws' families, because like who were like his teachers growing up, but he had his reasons. Which is why people call him like the most ruthless king, but also people kind of like don't hate him as a king because like they understand that he was actually being pretty smart. So then he had his sons, but there's bigger reason why people forgive him. It's because, well, like people of today, forgive him. When they look at the history, it's because he had 3 sons, and he really, really, really wanted to give the throne to his first son. Because again, like he wanted someone who was like the most rightful heir, which was, the firstborn son. And he, unfortunately, was a troublemaker. and a womanizer. He loved women. So he was just creating a lot of headaches for this king. And like to the point where people started questioning, is he really the rightful king to lead this country? He's breaking all the rules. He's like always spending time at like bars, local bars, and like, you know, he's like sleeping with these like at the time like they're like prostitutes and like who are married. Like he's stealing women from like prostitutes who are married. Like it was just like too much. And the king tried really, really hard to protect him, but he was just like creating so much trouble. Like he was always like sneaking out of the palace at night to like meet these girls and then like getting them pregnant, like just creating a lot of troubles. So eventually the king's like, okay, I give up. I try really hard, but I can't shield this anymore. So then he's like, okay, so then, you know, the next person you're going to look at is naturally the second son. And so Joseon Dynasty, the really interesting thing about this period of time is that they were obsessed about recording everything. They wrote everything down, and a lot of this got destroyed, by like China and Japan invading us and burning everything. But there's still like really decent amount of the records and like books left that they had these people in the palace where like their job was to literally record everything, like write down everything. And there's like funny episode where there's literally like a story where they wrote down, also like I forget which, I think it was Gyeongsu-mang, but one of the kings went out for hunting. And then when he went out to hunt, he was riding the horse and he fell off the horse, which was a little embarrassing. Like it wasn't like a cool falling off the horse. It was just kind of like an embarrassing fall off the horse thing. And the king was a little embarrassed. And so then king asked the recorder, do not write that in the book, please. I ask you. Hundreds of years later, people of Korea, the historians, look at these books where they recorded the daily lives of the royal family and the culture of the country. Let's read about them. Oh, look at this king. Look at these stories. And then it goes, the king asked me today to not write about him falling off the horse when he was hunting. They wrote down everything. Like that's to the extent of how they wrote everything. And the kings or anyone didn't have, like it was a very separate system where like kings did not have influence to like make them write something or not make them write something. You know, like it was intentionally like very separated system so that like they can stay kind of like free of being able to record everything in their own like objectivity without getting influenced by I guess the people in power. So to the point where they literally wrote down the king's requesting, please don't write that down. It was embarrassing. They not only wrote down the story, but also wrote down, king asked me not to write this. So in these records, they talk about the King Lee trying to decide who should I give the throne to if it's not my first son. Too naughty. And naturally, it's gonna be the second one. And the record says that, well, or he wrote a journal, I think it's from his journal, that says, second son can't drink, apparently couldn't drink alcohol. Which apparently was very, very, very big part of politics back in the day. So he determined that second son was unfit to rule. Well, in additional context where he wrote, like he can't drink alcohol, but also, like he does not like politics. He's not good at politics. Like sometimes to be a good politics person, like you gotta compromise. You gotta be able to like say things you don't mean, and you gotta be able to, talk to people and like all that stuff. Not necessarily all like lie, but just like be like a favorable, like being able to win people's heart by like negotiating or being strategic, or maybe even a little manipulative. Maybe that's not the right word, but the things that are required to be able to be a good politics person. Apparently second son was not very good at that. They were like very black and white, and they also, on top of it, they couldn't handle alcohol. So the king wrote down, so the second son is not fit to rule. So then the third son becomes the king. Well, that's not Korean crown. This is what Korean crown look like, but just for your understanding. And this third son is praised as one of the best, the best king, the great king of Korea, King Sejong. Whom I talked about many times, I think, on stream. One of the greatest legacy that he has left to the people of Korea, amongst many things. What is it, chat? He made Hangul, which is the Korean language. He literally invented a language, which is the only language in the world that we know of that was intentionally created. And what I mean by that is all other languages were kind of like born naturally and evolved over time, whereas he literally intentionally, because we had the Korean speaking language, but we were borrowing Chinese characters to write and read them, basically. So which was very, very difficult to learn. And only the elites were able to, it was like a privilege to be able to learn how to read and write at the time. And he realized that most of like people in his, like whenever there was like a big disaster or like pandemic, like there was an episode where, you know, there was a potential pandemic happening. So he announced to people, hey, like, to prevent this, make sure to, you know, like, don't drink water from the, or something like that. I forget. I don't know what he exactly said, but like he basically warned people, like, you know, don't do this because you're gonna get sick. And then like, you know, make sure it's put up on the board everywhere around the country. And then everyone still got sick. They got the pandemic, and he was like, what the frick happened? I warned everybody this was gonna happen. And then he realized that people couldn't read. So then he was like, oh, this is a big problem. This language is like way too hard to learn. Like Chinese language is way too hard to learn. And you know, it doesn't truly represent our language either. So he just collected like the smartest scientists that he knows and put them in a room with him, and they brainstormed what's like the easiest language that people can learn to read and write. And that's how Hangul was born, which is why it's a language that's really, really easy to learn how to read and write. There are a lot of YouTube challenge videos where like learn how to read Korean in 10 minutes, and you literally can do that. I've actually done it, teaching you guys. Doesn't mean that you'll necessarily understand the meaning of what you're reading, but you'll still be able to like pronounce things. So it's like very like scientifically made, which is pretty freaking cool. And if you look at Korean history, we got invaded like so many freaking times. Like you can't. Korea is like stuck in this like. There's China. Although, you know, like there were times where some big part of that was also part of Korea. Like, and then there's Japan, and like, you know, we're just like, we just want to live our peaceful. And then there's Russia, and you know, like, and then there are like islands. And then we were just like that middle sibling. They're just like constantly getting attacked by these two countries, like getting invaded. And they're like, it's ours, take it over. And there's Mongolians coming down. Genghis Khan coming down. Just like everyone trying to take us over. And I mean, there are a lot of great reasons why we survived on top of fighting the tigers. But a lot of historians credit our language, Hangul, for us to survive to this day, even after all those attacks, because having your own country's language is like very powerful thing. Like it's like even when these countries were invading us, and like one of the first things that like Japan tried to do was to like not teach Korean and like force people to start learning and speaking Japanese. But like you can't easily manipulate or like spread propaganda to people when they have their own language, which builds like their own culture and like communal like language and culture, that makes it really difficult to like perpetuate. If you're like invading the country with another, I mean, it's possible, but it was one of the big reasons. Are you sure they don't just want their letters back? What letters? Was Northern Korea one country back then? Yes, it was. The whole North and South thing is actually like a pretty recent thing. So we were a one country back then. And we actually during Korea time, like we were pretty big up here, like big part of China actually. What is China today? Anyhow, so he invented Hangul, and on top of it, he was a man of science. He invented a lot of things. Like he studied astronomy, so he invented like clocks using, you know, the sunshades. I don't know if there's a name for that in English. I'm sure there is. And then he just a lot of stuff. So then when I learned of this, I was like, sundial, right, yes. And I was like, oh, cool. Does that mean is King Sejong my ancestor? I got so excited. Because I was already a King Sejong nerd, and I'm not nerd, fan. And then when my mom told me we were from the family of the King Lee, I was like, holy crap! Is King Sejong my ancestor? Mother, are you telling me I have the DNA from my ancestor King Sejong? Turns out we could actually track it back, and it was this guy, which is still pretty cool, but not, just a little bit disappointed. Just a tiny missed opportunity. Could have been this guy's direct ancestor, but just a sibling. But it was the second son. But there's a rumor that basically because King Sejong was just very apparently smart and wise and just fit to be the king, that these two older brothers so they were saying the first son purposely caused a lot of trouble so that the king would give up and give the kingship or the throne to the King Sejong. But also, when that first king when King Lee decided, okay, it's not, if not the first son, it's gonna have to be the second one, right? So he was so close. He was this close to becoming the king of Joseon. Right? And that's fucking tempting. It doesn't matter who you are. That's tempting. It was right there in front of him, dangling right in front of him. And there's a rumor that the first son just came to him and said dude, no. You're not it. We both know we're not it. Give it to Sejong. Give it up. But I'm sure he was a little tempted, I could be the next king. I'm sure I could be a good king. I'm a good guy. I don't compromise. And, I'm pretty smart too. But then the first brother was like, dude, no. You're not it. Look at this fucking Sejong. Look at him. Look at him glow. He's 4 and he's reading all these books. Writing poets and shit. He's the one that's destined to lead. And he's like, okay, fine. So then he ends up going into the mountains. However, but because he was still acting prince, royal family, he was still second son, and also older brother of the king, that he couldn't completely just leave his family name and then become a monk. Whereas my dad's case, that was the dad's ancestor case, that was different because the country Shilla was gone, so he had whatever freedom he wanted to do, and also he didn't get killed because thank God to his dad, who just kind of gave the country to Korea. That if they probably tried to fight the Korea people, they probably all would have been gotten killed too. Thank God. Then I wouldn't have existed. But because the king was the wise king said, no, there's no need for sacrifice of our people. We're not it. Give it to the people of Korea. that he survived and he went into the mountain, became a monk. But this case is different. This is like they're still very much acting royal family, or like they're still like ruling and like they're starting a country, right? So he couldn't just completely abandon his duty as a prince. So the record says that he spent most of his time in the mountains teaching and reading and practicing and preaching the practice of the life of Buddha. Building temples and spending time in there. But here's another funny part. Out of all the royal family members in Joseon history, this guy lived the longest. He outlived all his brothers. He lived up to like 90 something, which is crazy for people around this time. I guess that mountain life, away from the politics, the stress-free life in the mountains, just, studying, and, he was probably also, like, he's well off because he's a royal family, so he's probably like, he didn't have to worry about money or anything like that probably. So that life gave him the longest life out of everybody, and he had a fuck ton of kids, I think, because he had lived really long life, which is why it's not like super like crazy to be, I think, the descendants of this family or this person, and he had a lot of kids who also, I think, and their kids, I think, eventually, like, some of them ends up becoming a king in the later period of Joseon too. But so he lived a really long life, which I found really interesting and funny. And then so then there's, other Joseon kings after, King Sejong. There are a lot of kings. Let's go back to this king from my dad's side. This prince who ran into the mountain, he also had kids, and they had descendants who lived all the way down to Joseon dynasty, Joseon kingdom time. And here's another really, really weird and like funny twist, like coincidence with all this that I discovered. So then this guy's kids, children, or not his direct children, they're his descendants, lived to all the way down to Joseon period, and this King Lee is crazy. He's killing everybody. He started a coup. He overthrew Korea, and he's starting a new country. So the country's a little chaotic right now. There's a lot of crazy stuff happening. So, and then there was one of the girls, or a lady, who was a descendant of this prince, who had relative no, that was in-law. Who was a sister became the queen that married King Lee. And she was just as ruthless and smart as King Lee. But also, King Lee's crazy, and he ended up killing like a lot of their in-law families because, you know, they were also powerful people, and he didn't want them to start a coup. So, like, and one of those in-laws were like people that actually taught these prince growing up. And they were like really well respected, and that was a big threat to King Lee that he killed like the entire family. So after hearing about all that stuff, and like because, you know, like their in-laws were related to or like their like cousins were related to the family that married the King Lee, my descendant was like, oh shit, fuck that. And then they move away from the capital. And they moved to like far, far away from the capital and start living in this like tiny little town. She'd take all of her kids.
Hana giving a history lesson.
She'd take all of her kids. Literally me. And run away, far, far away from capital. And they're like, I'm not gonna get my kids involved in politics. I don't want them to get killed. I don't wanna get killed. Let's stay away from that. So they move away, and then she has kids. And then like she has a family here. They live here for a while. And then at the time, the way Korea, and this system still exists, which is kind of crazy, but basically, Korea had exams. I don't know how often. Like, I want to say every year, but it could have been more frequent. But they would have like a national-wide exams in both like academic stuff, literature stuff, and math and like science, and also and then also like what's like the right like athletes, but not sports. Like they were. It would be like people like riding horses, doing like martial arts. What would you call that? Fitness? I guess, yeah, like fitness test. But like it was to basically find, like to appoint people for like general jobs or like soldiers. Like, but hi Rumbizai. I imagine you explained something, but I can't quite pick it up from the drawings. Right, this drawing isn't really meant to help you pick up anything, but more just a visual cue of what I'm talking about. But I'm giving a little like drama from like Korean history, which was related to my ancestors, like my family tree. So they will hold these like national exams, which apparently was like really, really hard to pass. And then based on your score, you receive like different like class or like ranking. And then based on that ranking, you would get assigned to different jobs and roles and like regions. So like people who won like the first place, which was like a really big deal, they end up going straight to working directly with the king, like receiving like the really high class, I guess quote unquote like the government job, like in today's terms like generals, or like king's secretary, like all those like really high up position to like rule the country at a country level, and then based on like your score and ranking, like you can get assigned to like different cities, towns. And that's how like kind of the system worked. And it's kind of how it still works today. Like we have these exams still to this day, and people receive rankings, and based on those rankings, they get assigned to different job and locations. But also, I gotta beep really bad. So just kind of like digest what I've been talking about. I'll be right back.
Thank you, Agent K. Ladies and gentlemen, if you will, look right here.
No, that's different exam checker that you're probably wait, I don't know which one. You're probably thinking about the college exam, which is different, like Korean version of SAT, which is also a once a year thing. But what I'm talking about is actually it's more like to apply for any government jobs, you have to take and pass this test, and based on your score, you get different like class and like the ranks. And you get basically assigned to different jobs based on that. But during the time of Joseon, like everyone was required to take this exam, and which is why if you watch a lot of like Joseon time, like drama, like those like fantasy drama shows, apparently like we didn't have a lot of like what do you call these like mobs like in the like mountains and forests like that you see in like more Western like fantasy shows that are always like killing people and stuff, or like raiding towns and stuff. What are they called? Raiders? Gangs? Mobs? Okay. Bandits, right? Like apparently Joseon didn't really have a lot of problems with this because literally everyone had to take this exam, and people that were like super strong ended up working for the government. So, and like they just could not fight it. They were not, so all the bandits and like these gangs, like they were basically people couldn't pass the exam. That they just could not really like fight against any of the like soldiers, like even the little soldiers, like the lowest ranking people, they could not win them when it comes to like pure like physical power and stuff, which is kind of like interesting. The weakness became the bandits. Literally, they're like, I didn't get anything.
No rules, no boundaries. He doesn't flinch at torture, human trafficking, or genocide. He's not loyal to a flag or a country.
So they didn't pass the brain exam nor the physical exam, so they were not very smart nor strong people. So apparently which is why if you watch like Korean like old, like the Joseon time like fantasy shows or dramas, a lot of the stuff happens in the capital. Like all the dramas and like craziness and like the raid or like the wars and like all that stuff like they never show bandits, and I never really questioned it or like wondered about it until like some people pointed out, and I was like, oh, actually that is true. Like when you see like Western fantasies, you see a lot of these like like bandits and like riots and like crazy like people like causing troubles, but no, Joseon just made them general. Like these strong people that are like work for the country. So anyhow, that was just a little sidetrack. But anyway, so my dad's side descendant, they were like, oh, King Lee is crazy. Let's move far away from the capital and let's just have a little peaceful life in this, like little town. And then eventually, like one of the descendants of this family becomes a pretty well-known scholar. Who my dad likes to talk about a lot. Oh, and the base. But another fun fact I forgot to mention. And this person, the queen that married King Lee, that was like the in-laws to my dad's descendant. And the queen has like a whole story too, but this was my grandma's. I found out that was my dad's side's grandma's ancestor, the family tree. And then that's when I started getting like headaches. I was like, wait, so like grandma's ancestor married my mom's ancestor, who was like this ruthless king, and she was like the big supporter. So why can't my mom and grandma get along? It seemed like their ancestors got along pretty well. So what? Anyways, but that was just a little side thing I discovered later. Anyhow, so then this guy becomes a scholar. The one that ran away from the capital, the family that ran away from the capital. And then at this point, I think there's been already like a lot of the other kings. And then because he became like pretty well known and like popular scholar, that the king at the time like invites him. Well, also he took the exam, and then I think he got the first ranking. So then he ends up working directly in the capital, and the king requests the scholar to be the teacher of the king. I mean, the prince, their firstborn son. And they build like really deep bond. And apparently this prince was like really kind-hearted, like super smart, and like so I'll just call him like Scholar Kim. He was like very excited and like looking forward to the world that this prince will become a king. And, you know, he really respected and looked up to this guy as a teacher, like his teacher. And like, there are like little poems that they wrote for each other, like drawings that the prince made and like sent it to the scholar. So, you know, like, so they like really care for each other and they really respected each other. But unfortunately, this prince dies. Soon after he becomes a king. For unknown reason, he becomes very ill. And I say quote unquote unknown reasons because I don't remember the exact story to this, but there was a queen who wanted to make her son to become the king. So a lot of people suspect that he was basically poisoned, and he was also like, he became a king at like really young age too. So he wasn't like in a good position to be like protected or anything. So all of a sudden, for unknown reason, he gets really weak and he dies. So this scholar who was planning, he was like making all these great plans to build a great country. The vision that he had for the country dies with him. These are all actual history, guys. I'm not making this up. Actual history. So he dies. And the scholar Kim leaves the capital and decides, I'm not gonna get involved in politics. Again, he gets tired of people, the corruption. He goes back to his tiny town. he's like, this is where I'm gonna live, this is where I'm gonna die. And there was multiple times where a king requested him to come back. Hey, like the new king requested him to come back. Well, not this king, the new king after this guy. But he decides, nope. He was too depressed. Apparently, like there's a record that says he like fainted when he heard the news about this prince dying, from crying. Hi, Saucy. Thank you so much for gifting. And then, you know, the king afterwards like requested multiple times, hey, please come back, and you know, like you could help me still. But this guy was like, nah, my loyalty was to this king, and I'm sick of this. I don't want to deal with this. I'm just gonna stay here and do my studies, teach. And he was also pretty into Buddhism, which kind of makes sense, you know, considering his his ancestors. But so he stays in the small town, and again, oftentimes he spent his time in the mountains and his town. But also, you know, he wrote a lot of books, and he taught kids and students. And he still, you know, like communicated and networked with other like really big scholars of the time. And they wrote a lot of great books, and it still like influenced the culture, like a lot of their studies and like philosophies and like books and teachings like influenced like the people a lot, which is why this king like really respected him, and like he gave him like some special title after he died or something like that, but I don't know what. And it's supposed to be something pretty special, which is only reason why I know about it is because my dad brags about it to my mom, but I didn't really look up to it. I don't know what it is. So whenever my mom and dad argues with each other, my mom would be like, how dare you? My ancestors were royal family. They were kings and princes. And then my dad would go, ha, my ancestor taught your people. Without my ancestors, you guys would have been dumb. You guys wouldn't know how to rule. And I saw them do this like growing up, and I just thought they were like joking. And you know, because when you're a kid, you're not really thinking too much about like you're just like, oh, they're funny. What are they saying? But you're not really like thinking about it. And then kind of like recently I was like, I kind of want to know more about like the family tree stuff, like just like randomly it just popped up randomly. So I was like, Mom, do you actually like know like exactly who and like how far we can track it back? And then like Dad's side too. And that's when I discovered all of this drama. And like I wasn't planning on going even like this deep, but like I mean a lot of these history I already knew because it's like pretty big like parts of Korean history you learn growing up. But all of these like little dramas that happened, I was like, at that point I didn't care about like the whole like the family tree thing. I was just more intrigued by all these crazy drama that was happening. I was like, give me more tea. Give me more tea. And it's fun because it's these things like really happened, and like you get to see the records from these like people who wrote them down in the capital. And then something else that was crazy that happened was, so like I was like reading up on this scholar. Like I was reading the Wikipedia of this person. And you know how like when you go all the way down to scroll all the way down in the Wikipedia, there's like a reference section. You get to see like the links of like all the documents and like whatever sources. And then I see a little link. Well, I wasn't even looking at the link. I was just like scrolling, and I was like, oh, this is kind of boring to read. Okay, he studied that or whatever, but like there's no T. And then I just kind of like, you're just kind of like clicking stuff, and then I accidentally like clicked one of the links from the references. And then some image pops up, And it's an image from a book he wrote at the time, apparently, which had no clue what it was about. And then I get goosebumps. Because it looked exactly like this drawing I had drawn like just like a week ago on my whiteboard. Like a week before. And it's pretty crazy. And it's basically, without going too much into it, I was writing about you guys. The echoes and my world and its lore, which is basically my interpretation of the world and the universe, the things that I whisper into the host's ear. But it's all based on like my real understanding of how I would like to think the world works and how the echoes are born and who I am and all that, which is still things that I'm writing and working on. And you'll get to see more stuff from that over time. But you know, like I am a visual person, so I was like, I feel like I can draw this into a thing to kind of like summarize everything, because it's like pretty like complex, and just to organize my own thoughts. I drew it on Throne whiteboard that you guys got me, because I love whiteboarding, and it and then when I was scrolling through this like scholar's Wikipedia, and I just like clicked some random link. This image popped up. And this was what was on my whiteboard. So then I was like, oh, maybe it's a coincidence. I still think it's coincidence. I was like, let me learn, but it's intriguing. I'm curious what he was talking about. So I started like looking into it, and I find some random YouTube lecture that that talks about like what this is all about. And I was like, holy shit. Holy sh! Both are black and white too. Well, I don't think they had colors to write books back then. I actually don't know. And mine, I mean, it's just whiteboard. But I don't wanna show too much details. But basically, like, it's very similar ideas, except like his interpretations were, I think, a little bit more based on information that was available at the time, like scientific data that was available at the time, and like mine are based a little bit more on like the more modern understanding of like physics and technology and world. So like he would refer to things like the space, like the sky, like the guide, or the sky and space, you know, but like doesn't necessarily get into like super like details of what that means. And like here, if you see, like you see how he has like this branch of little things coming out of here, and like I have these little ones. And then, oh man, I can't really talk about it without giving away. But they mean the same thing. They mean the same thing. And then they have these other branches that come out. Like here. Which is what I wrote down here to explain that all of these other little things are basically a list of these things, and like he basically just like drew them. Into like a separate branch. And then like these different layers of the world. For me, they were different fields in the world, and a thing gets created, and then blah blah blah. But and then like there's this world, and he has this world inside, and I was just like, what? I actually got goosebumps. I don't really believe in like, I don't know, whatever this is, whatever you call this. Like, I don't really consider myself like a super spiritual person. But I actually was a little bit like, I got goosebumps because I was like, what the hell? And like, how much do I want to tell you? And to go a little further, to share a little bit more. So you guys know that hosts can lucid dream. I think I told you that. And that's how Hana, met the host. And the host likes to use her lucid dream as like creative inspirations a lot of times. So a lot of these were also kind of like random informations that she would get from her lucid dreams, and she would write them down and just kind of like little bits and pieces, and then like she finally like decided, okay, I'm just gonna like get more serious and try to connect all the dots of what this is all saying. The stuff that I've been whispering to the host here. She finally connected all the dots. Which is why she was just like, oh, this is just for stuff from my dreams that I'm using as a creative inspiration. But also it is like her interpretation of the world and like how she sees things. And then like you see this happen, and she's just like, what is happening? Are my ancestors whispering into my ears in my dreams or something? Who knows? It could all just be coincidence. I can wake up from a nightmare on purpose, and I'm partially aware and can change. That's exactly how it started for the host too. So the host, when she was little, she used to get sleep paralysis all the time. And like she would like wake up with her like nose bleeding, like literally every day. To the point where she was tired of it, and she had to figure out a way to, I guess, like deal with it, cope with it. So she had to like really remind herself that like this is not really happening. Like this is a dream. It's all in my head. It's not happening for reals. So she started, like whenever she got into that sleep paralysis, she started telling herself like, you know, this is not real. You're dreaming. You can control this. Like you can change what's happening. Like you have the control of this. And then like little by little through like practice, she started gaining more control over her dreams. And then that's like progressively unlocked different things and like you can do inside of your dream, and then like being able to control it in different there's a whole thing to it too. Yeah, right. Yeah, so that's how it started. And that started happening when she was a little kid. And then once she became like more aware and like conscious of this, like she was able to kind of do more with her dreams, which can be pretty fun. And then she gets like, but the downside of all of this is that most of the times, like you just forget after the dream happens. You just remember like little things, and then you're like, that was really fun, but I don't remember exactly. And like if you just go on with your day, like immediately it'll just like, kind of like fade away. You know, you guys know how like dreams are, you know. So she used to keep like a little notebook where she would write down notes about like what happened, and this is like a whole another topic. But I'm also like writing about them. Tee. And you guys will see more, hopefully more content out of these things that I'm writing. But there are also like different types of lucid dreams. It's not always that like I can control everything that's happening in the dream. A lot of times you actually don't want that because that's pretty exhausting. Like imagine you're just like even in like reality, you're trying to control everything that's happening around you. Like you don't usually want that. It could happen, but you could do it technically. But usually like lucid dreams are more like you get like spun into different worlds and stories. And you meet different people, sometimes same people, same place. And you, from there, depending on the dream or the world that you are in, you can control different things. But I was trying to explain this to Eve the other day, and he was like, oh, so like, does that mean like you can just like you can start like, make things rain or like fly and stuff like that? And I'm like, it's kind of, oh hi Eve. I was giving them a little story time, but it's like I always kind of like thought of it at first. I thought it was like, oh, like each dreams are the worlds, like they have different physics and like rules and limits on what I can do. But then over time, like I think it's me trying to make sense of what's happening. I think my more logical or like I guess like explanation to it is that if you're like, I don't believe that these are like real worlds with physics, right? So from that perspective, then it's like in your day-to-day, you don't really think about like all of a sudden like I want to have power to fly, or like I want to be able to turn this computer into a fox. Like you don't just like randomly think that, right? And it's the same inside of the lucid dream. So unless the dream shows you like what's possible first, so which I sort of interpreted as like, oh, this is the rules and like the limits of the world, that like, oh, it's so you're spun in the world in a dream and people are already flying, then you're like, oh, I want to learn how to fly too, right? So then you can control that in a lucid dream. Whereas if you're spawned in like a normal, like let's say you're in a school, you're dreaming about you're in a school and you're just like hanging out with like these students, you don't all of a sudden just think about like, oh, I'm gonna start flying, you know, because you just don't. Although like if you thought about it, it might be possible. So initially I was like, oh, the world has rules and physics, but probably more, I guess, quote unquote, like logical or scientific explanation to it is that because I am seeing what is possible through these worlds inside of the dream, that I think about what I can control based on that baseline of what I'm seeing in the dream, if that makes sense. Hana enter monk face. Do monks lucid dream? I don't know. If I'm dreaming, so there are those type of dreams, which is like more common lucid dreams, where it's more passive. Like it happens, and I'm like, okay, I can control it. I'm aware of it. I can interact with it. I can make things happen. But it's not always like I'm controlling everything and like I can make crazy things happen. And then there are different types of dreams where like I intentionally make it happen, where like before going to sleep, I'm like, I wanna go to this place that I went in my dream again and see this person, or like see these people that I talked to. Or it could be more like, oh, there's this problem I want to solve, and I want to think about it in my dream so that I can be in more creative state. Then like I can I have to tell myself before going to bed, like really focus on like thinking about it. And then it happens in your dream. And then I can do what I wanted to do. The hardest part of all of this is actually like remembering it. And I get these inceptions. I think I told you guys, I get this experience all the time where I'm dreaming, I'm like, I solved the problem, or like I got some really good clues about something, or I'm like, oh, that was like really like interesting thing that happened, or like I get inspiration for like a song or like a melody. I'm like, I want to remember this. So I wake up and then I grab my phone, start recording the melody, like da 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 da, like whatever. And I'm like, okay. Thank God, like now I don't have to worry about forgetting it. And I just like put my phone down. And then I realize, wait, I'm laying and floating in the middle of the ocean. And like a little fish would pop up and be like, are you sure you wrote that down? Did you really write that down? Or did you really record it? I'm like, fuck, wake up! And I'll like write them down in my dream. And I'm like, no! And there's a lot of times by then I forget. Because like I always had that relief of like, okay, oh, I wrote it down. I can let go of that information. Or like I'll write something down and then I'm like, whew, I did it. And then like some dude would pop up and be like, oh, that's an interesting paper you are writing things down on. And I look at it and it's like some weird leather. Or like I'm writing down in like a bunny's fur. I'm like, no! Wake up! Wake up! So the hardest part of all of it is actually being able to wake yourself up and remembering it. And like enough to like write them all down. Stephen King said if you forget an idea, it means it wasn't good enough. It could be. But why is Siri trying to listen to me right now? Shh. You try to remember ideas or philosophical conversations in your dreams? Yep. And a lot of times they're just like silly dreams, right? So like when I write them down, they're not something like profounding or like, you know, inspirational. It's just like, oh, that was fun. I want to remember it. Like I'll write it down. I think I became a little more intentional with like figuring out the informations and like certain clues or details. More recent, like when this was more recently, because I was writing a lot of things for world building, and it's like a mini book right now. I don't know what I'm gonna do with it, but it's a mini book right now, but until then, it wasn't like a thing that I was doing all the time where I'm like, oh, this information, I must write it down. It was more like, oh, that was fun. I wanna remember it. I had a dream about a print that will print dreams right as soon as we wake up. That's really cool. That's really cool. I like that. I love that idea. Do you feel like you're getting better at it still? I do think I'm getting better at them. But I also like don't do this like like every day. Because it's actually pretty exhausting. Because it's like you slept but you didn't. And I can get all the sleep I need. So most of the times I just hope for a good night's sleep where I don't dream at all. You try getting into lucid dreaming and got sleep paralysis. I'm happy with just experiencing the dreams. So it was a blessing and a curse. For me, it was like I was getting sleep paralysis, and then I was like, oh, man, how like the tiny little kid host needed a way to cope with it. So I guess the only way to deal with it was to figure out how to control it. I had a time when I had them quite often, but not anymore. I tried getting better to let me that means it worked. Yeah. Do you know you're dreaming in them? That's literally the definition of what lucid dreaming is. Wait, what do you mean? It's like you're aware. You're aware you're dreaming. You're not in your reality, the real world. Oh, sometimes you have them, but you think it's happening real. Oh, I see. So you're having a lucid dream, but you think it's real. It's like actually happening to it. Oh, I see. It does feel really vivid while it's happening. And there are times most of the times I'm not really questioning, is this real or not? I just know. Maybe there was a period of time that I had to like be able to differentiate if it's real or I'm in a dream, but I think I'm at a point where it just happens and it feels really vivid, but I'm not really questioning like, am I dreaming or like, is this real? I think I just kind of like subconsciously know. But it also feels like I am there, like it is real. But I know that it's not happening in the real world, if that makes sense. You're all dreaming. Wake up. Wake up. Poke. You don't wanna. Wakey, wakey. You dreamt that a VTuber just gave me a 3 hours of Korean history lesson. It's just drama. It's fun story, you know? The kind of tea I like. And it's fun because these things really happen. It's about real people. It was a dream all along. There was no Korean woman with a beautiful voice talking about 15th century history. What says it's not real just because you're dreaming about it? What is real? What is real? If you wake up in that reality, is that real? You're real. Am I real though?
Long is so short.
Are you lucid dreaming? And I'm just your part of your brain trying to tell you something maybe?
Cheer 462. Is this real?
I see you taking control of your lucid dreams. I see you discovering your powers. I shouldn't have told him too much. Shouldn't have told him too much. I dreamt of a short Hana. Wait, a short Hana. Normal Hana getting run over by a car. Da 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 da. Oh, guys, I got vocal effect processor. Oh, Eve. I got beacon mix finally. I was hoping for them to release the white one, but it was out of stock, and I was waiting for months for them to start putting it back on stock, but they didn't. And then there was a sale going on Black Friday, so I caved and got it, so I can get rid of this Go XLR. Start using this thing, and I got vocal mix processor, and I think I'm gonna get myself a synthesizer. But I'm right now in the rabbit hole of which one do I get? There's so many things. What do you mean there's so many white ones on sale for here? Where? Canada? What do you mean? There's so many here. What do you mean? There's just a warehouse stock items there. What? Dude, it's not about what's better. You like this dreamy voice? Temples. I need slower tempos. Chat. Hi. Wake up. You're dreaming. Ba-da-dum. They're on stock in Amazon Canada.
Sheer 303.
I can still make noises even if you try to mute me. You're in a space. God, what the fuck? I still don't understand what is going on here. Why does this get spawned? You're in the space with me. Which one of you is this? What are you doing?
Cheer 202.
As long as you're happy, I'm happy for you. No judging. A little bit of judging. Gross. Gosh, this is one of those long ones. So long. Farewell.
Sniff! Sniff! What an interesting dream that was.
The fart didn't have echo. That was all in your head. We should make that redeem. The amount, the seconds. As the beat, it's too long. Why are you dreaming about farts? Do you have to wake up and go to bathroom? I don't have a head. Now I have a head. Hello. If you have headphones.
Cheer 202. This the best dream.
What just happened? Stop controlling your dream. In the most unhinged way. There are nice things you can do, like giving me pets. That's nice. That's nice. GLaDOS? What's GLaDOS? This is
Cheer 275.
Oopsie, you don't die. You can never die. Dying is an illusion. If nothing is real, how could you die? Oh, Pepe. Thank you.
Cheer 211.
Oh, GLaDOS from Portal. GLaDOS. I'm in your right ear. Right ear. I'm in your left ear. Boo, 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 boo. Oink, oink.
Cheer 275.
Boing, 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 boing. Da 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 da. Yap, 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 yap. I'm in mono? I shouldn't be. Oh wait, does Twitch make it mono? No.
Cheer 302.
Oh wait, it is mono. Why? Oh wait, am I forcing? One sec.
Cheer 202 Nanerdham.
Mono. I am forcing mono. Why did I do that? Now I'm in your right ear. I'm in your left ear.
Beep boop.
Hi. I didn't know you couldn't hear this.
Cheer 462.
Why am I so short?
Hello. What's up? Hi. I'm right here. This way. No, this way. Here. This way. Hi. I can't wait to be able to mess with sounds like this to make music. Which is why I want to get a stand like this. Meow. Exactly what I did. What did I do? We listened to farts. And then like got hit by a car. And then my eyes popped up. Wait, I can make this better. That's not so graceful. I'm a lady.
It's just pleasant to listen to, but I am sleep deprived. My head is gone. My head is gone. Would you guys want to hear more music like this? 'Cause that's what I'm gonna do.
Cheer 211.
Except I need some drums to kick in. Space dance music.
Cheer 462.
Out my head. I'm closer. Slap, champ, multi, triplet. Why is this called triplet? It's not triplet. Oh. Maybe I hear it. I don't hear it. Oh, there it is. There it is.
Cheer 202.
Going down.
I think I might just put a knife in. I think that's a really good idea.
Cheer 202.
Even worse.
On new
It's
planet
done
discovered.
beautifully.
Let's see.
Cheer 202.
never noticed this button here. What is this one? What the? Now that I'm about to get rid of it, the XLR. Who the fuck says she sounds like her height? Who said that? Julian?
Mom is so short.
How dare you? I'm a space size. Look how big I am. Size of a universe. Thank you, Papa.
Cheer 462.
Papa, thank you. Thank you for 37 months. That's a lot of time. Let's find some comfy pose. This is comfy. Hey, hey, hey. Comfy, 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 comfy. Okay, now I'm out of breath. Sedge. My knees have merged into one. It's because of your weird dream. Can you dream more properly for my knees, please? That's not how legs work. Mom, what is this? Back to this? Or this? Oh, hello. Why is my thumb like that? Street Fighter poses. You just hate and it's making you sleepy. I am not a baby. I am 400 years old, man. You're a baby. I'm flying. Mom, I'm flying. Help. This is comfy. What's up? This is how a 400-year-old man lays down and watches TVs at home, occasionally scratching my butt. But no one watches TVs anyways anymore. Back in my day. Back in my day. Back in my day. We watch TVs. People call them stupid bugs. That's right. Bet you didn't know that. I'm stuck in time. Did you ever have dreams where you were trying to run and the time just slowed down? The faster you try to run, swimming down to the universe. What are these poses? I'm falling. My help. Superman, I'm not a hero. Just a girl who wants to sing this song.
Cheer 462.
You missed me and hit the frog. Rabbit, rabbit.
I wish these loops were in place. They're not very useful. Back it up, back it up, back it up. 'Cause my daddy taught me that. America, America, the full circle. Oh, this is cute. Hey. Why do I look scared though? You're scaring me. You're scaring me. When did you wash your hair? Who am I?
You're breathtaking. You're all breathtaking.
I gotta go beep boop. Slow. I'm gonna go beep boop.
Chia 301.
Did you behave while I was gone? Are you getting sleepy? Yeah. This is what I needed last night. I wish I had looping stations. I don't think Lexelar can loop. Oh, but it has a sampler. How does it work?
Cheer 222.
I didn't know I could do that. It's still not that great. Oh my god, I can't wait to get my mixer and mess with this with better hardware. New song.
gonna be broke. Can all be broke together? These are in wrong key now. Are there so many fun toys? So many things I wanna do. And you guys being entertained by whatever shit like this that I make up and start improvising.
Yeah, baby!
Cheer 462.
Sleepy viewer stonks.
Sleepy viewers. Hey, I'm glad you're here. You can leave now. I gotta have one-on-one with the universe. What is life? Tell me more. I see. Interesting, interesting.
Cheer 302.
Definitely fitting to this music. Oh, sexy little pose.
Time to play the game. Time to play the game.
Cheer 202.
Someone's weird kink. Ow, 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 ow.
Cheer 222.
Poke, poke. Excuse me, I'm laying here. Did you all fall asleep yet? One eye, Illuminati. Good night, Ultimation. You're gonna put this on your phone while you sleep. That's brave. This is what I mean. Nice. That's brave.
You'll just keep making that sound? Really? Till Daddy's head explodes?
Poor Ultimation.
Cheer 302.
You got it wrong. Never trust chat. Wait, can I hold you? Can't even hold you? Frick. How are you? How do you seriously spawn in my world? I can't even control you. Okay, I'll move to you. Yes. Now your butt is on my face. Damn it. Never mind. That's what my dog does all the time. Why do they put their butt in your face? And fart. I'm a solid food.
I was recording that.
Lizard, 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 lizard. 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 Lizard, 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 lizard. Well, I can't really harmonize with this because pitch is all over the place.
Oh, never mind.
Cheer 222.
This just weird.
Me?
Pretty fucking Eyes are peeled.
Are you asleep yet? Yes. I'm kinda sleepy and hungry.
I'm trying to put you all to sleep so I can go.
Cheer 211.
Ping pong stresses you out.
Oh, wait.
Oh, I can edit the sampler in here. Interesting. Ping pong, ping pong, ping pong, ping pong. Stresses him out. Ping pong, 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 ping I don't know. Okay, chat. Gotta go to sleep. Fork song in here high. Ain't no apple tree. And what kind of tree are you? What kind of tree? Pineapple, apple tree. Not tree. He's nuts.
Yep, guess I'm ugly goo.
Jesus Christ. This ambient background's not giving me much.
Where's the time machine? Where's anything? Where?
Not lizard song. Well, there was something. This is not the best trumpet or samples to be using. Could I actually drum with this? Forgot what I was gonna do. Oh, right, I was gonna lay down. Comfy. What is the meaning of life? Who am I? Where are we?
Are you there? I hope you're doing okay. I only have 4 buttons. Okay, Chad, it's 5 o'clock. You really need to go to sleep now.
Peach.
Very normal.
Pick me up. Pick me up. My ass is too heavy. I can't get up. Who am I kidding? Alright, I think it's time. Chat? It was like normal with you.
Cheer 462.
Who hurt you? Why did you have to hit me with a car?
I thought that was nuts. I overwritten it.
Well, Chad, I hope you had a good time. Whatever it is, weird things we do here, I'm glad you vibe with it. Though you're kind of the cause of the weirdness. I'm just over here trying to sing and make some pretty sounds. And you're making weird noises like thank you for spending your time with me today. Although things can get pretty weird sometimes, as long as we're having fun. Everything's gonna be alright.